Okay, we're back. Wow, that was extremely weird. Apparently, Gentoo fucking. Now, we're gonna start from the introduction. Because I want a good like understanding of Gentoo. Welcome to the Gentoo. Welcome to Gentoo. Gentoo is a free operating system based on Linux that can be automatically optimized and customized for just about any application or need. It is built on an ecosystem of free software and does not hide what it's running beneath the hood for its users. Openness. Gentoo's premier tools are built for simple programming languages. Portage, Gentoo's package maintenance system, is written in Python. eBuilds, which provides package definitions for Portage, and are written in Bash. Our users are encouraged to review, modify, and enhance the source code for all parts of Gentoo. By default, packages are only patched when necessary to fix bugs or provide interoperability within Gentoo. They are they are installed in the system by compiling source code to provide by upstream projects into binary format, although support for precompiled binaries is included too. Configuring Gentoo happens through text files. For the above reasons and others, openness is built in as a design principle. I might at some point plug in my my camera, my webcam. Choices is another Gentoo design principle. When installing Gentoo, choice is made clear through the handbook. System administrators handbook. System administrators can choose two fully supported init systems: Gentoo Zone, OpenRC, and freedesktop.org's System D. Hey, bro, making the switch, eh? No, I'm not making the switch. I'm just going to, I just want to do something I want to do. But when I retire my PC, so I have a laptop that once it is on its last leg, like I'm like, all right, I'll get a new laptop. I'll justify getting a new laptop, which would be Nova Custom, is what I'm leaning towards. I'm going. I will probably put Gentoo on the laptop. Oh, so, OpenRC and Free Desktop System B. Partition structure for storage disks. What file systems do you use on a disk target system profile? Remove or add features to a global system wide and package specific level via use flags, bootloader, network management utility, and much more. As a development philosophy, Gentoo's authors try to avoid forcing users onto a specific system profile or system environment. If something is offered in GNU/Linux ecosystem, is likely available in Gentoo. If not, then we love to see you soar. Wow, this is like the libertarianist, most libertarian fucking operating system ever. It gives choice, the most free software. Why not cubes? I do have cubes. I run cubes on my laptop currently, but when I decide to upgrade my main laptop, it would be my main use, which is cubes. And then that laptop will become an experiment laptop where I experiment with other Linux distributions or experimentation in general of like, oh, what, can I do LFS, etc., etc. There'd be no point in me keeping cubes on both because I use cubes as a daily driver anyways. Power. Being a source-based operating system allows Gentoo to be ported out to new computers, instruction set of architectures, and also allows install packages to be tuned. This strengthens the service other Gentoo design principle. Power. System administrators who have successfully installed a customized Gentoo has compiled a tailored operating system source code. The entire operating system can be trusted tuned at the binary level via the mechanism including portages make config. If so desired, adjustments can be made on a per package basis, or a package group basis. In fact, entries such a functionality can be added for using use flags. How the installation structure: the user is working in a working environment ready to install Gentoo. The internet connection is ready to install Gentoo. The hard disks are initialized to host Gentoo installation. The installation environment prepared user ready to root into the new environment. Core packages, which is the same as Gentoo installed. The Linux kernel is installed. Most of Gentoo's system configuration file is created and the necessary system tools are installed. The proper bootloader has been installed and configured. The freshly installed Gentoo Linux environment is ready to be explored. Deciding which step to take. Prefix adjusted. The handbook prevents an overwhelming amount of options, especially for someone who has never installed Linux without an installer. It is important to realize that the handbook is designed to describe the steps required to install a very wide variety of hardware. There are different install needs. Because of this, many options presented in the handbook are unnecessary for particular installs and can be skipped. Suggested steps with prefix was suggested. Some steps are not strictly required, but most cases, such as installing sys kernel Linux firmware, optional steps. Optional, depreciated steps, default alternatives, troubles. Hardware requirements. So the hardware requirement right now is a minimal CD, any x86 64 CPU with both AMD and Intel 64. Memory 2 gigs, bloat. Can we just admit that Gentoo's bloat now, guys? 2 gigs? Crazy. Can we get bloat in the chat? The AMD 64 project is a good place to be for Gentoo's AMD support. I do have AMD. Fault deck resources, 32-bit true guide. Multi-lib layout explaining further development. Okay. Project email, interesting. So, while it's recommended to use the official Gentoo boot media when installing, it is possible to use other installation environments. However, there's no guarantee they will contain required components. If altered install environments is used, skip to preparing the disk. The Gentoo minimal installation CD, known as the install CD, is a small bootable image self-contained in a Gentoo environment. This image is maintained by Gentoo developers and is designed to allow any user with the internet connection to install Gentoo. During the boot process, the hardware is dedicated and appropriate drivers are automatically loaded. Minimal CD installations are named using the format install arch minimal release time step. Damn it. Oh yeah, burrito time. Burrito. Okay, so this will be a good learning experience for people that have not installed Gentoo and want to. Maybe they can look back at this, see my mistakes, and hypothetically install Gentoo themselves. We're like the learning channel, but for Linux. I just got a burrito. Gentoo being bloated, it's so over. 2 gig guy, 2 gigs. We need 2 gigs. Bloated. I should be able to install on a floppy disk. Our entire operating system should be completely runnable on a floppy disk by now. There is a VR there's a VTuber that is a big Linux user. Like he VTubes off Linux, and I think he uses Gentoo. I'm not gonna lie, if I remember correctly. If I might be wrong, but I have a vague memory. I was watching this person interview a VTuber. They were having a discussion, and they're like, "Oh, what do you like? What do you stream on?" This is not even a Linux related channel, but he's like, "Oh, I actually like I use Linux." Which is kind of funny, and I think he said Gentoo. Mental Outlaw is the biggest Gentoo user on YouTube, though. He should change his name to GenTuber. What's up, Wyclop? 87. Today I have come today to help you with Gentoo. Average Gentoo user. They're only summoned because they're only done. They're only summoned when they hear Gentoo. You should have said, "I have compiled myself today to help you with Gentoo." That would have been peak comedy. I know Mental Outlaw uses Gentoo. I just want to know how he uploads to YouTube so much. He should be compiling. Think about all that wasted CPU space he's throwing out when he could be compiling. Should I do the Gentoo live GUI? Y Club? Hmm. Well, he doesn't use it anymore. I thought he was like a big Gentoo user, and that's why he got a Threadripper. Damn, my burrito just had to show up. Bloat tuber, literally. Or I mean, it's kind of funny that he's an OpenBSD fan, but I don't think he runs OpenBSD. He might though. Coming from your stream on yesterday, you said Signal is very secure. I agree, but also you passed out on Signal is probably also the most high sense. What do you mean by passed out on Signal? Is probably also the most high sense of humor one with those court docs. Oh. Wait. Did I not end my stream? Wait, chat. Did I straight up not end my stream? I remember being super fucking high and like being like, I gotta go. I'm tired. Oh, they were almost trolling the court orders. I mean, it was funny. Yeah. Since you have access to a browser, I'd recommend the minimal ISO. True. But if you didn't have a browser, why does the QR code make me go to Gateform? The upload was there. I just watched it. Oh, they're almost trolling the court orders. I mean, it was funny. Yeah. Oh, they were like trolling the court orders. Yeah, I assume. I assume they do that because like they're like. I mean, have you ever heard? There's a really good that speech that she did. There's that speech she did, and she's like, um, the CEO is Mental always clueless about security and privacy. He just reads a lot of 4chan and copies someone else or Um, I'm assuming he's. The thing is, a lot of people will be like, I work in this field, and then I mean, cybersecurity and security in general is a really really broad term. So I think there are slop tubers. You could be in cybersecurity and just a project manager. You know what I'm saying? And literally no dick balls. But until they didn't harden his gentoo, he also gets F droid from me. He gets an F from me. I've seen people criticize him, saying he gives bad advice, but I I'm not entirely sure beyond that. And I think he just found a niche where he can just read the news now and give his opinion. Man, I shouldn't have got such a fat burrito. I can't read and eat at the same time. How do streamers do this for a living? Like genuinely, when they're just eating and like watching for like 16 hours, they'll be like 12-hour streamers. You know what I mean? Hmm. So I should get the minimal um install. Oh, okay. Minimal installation, baby. Wow, that downloaded so fast. Hmm. So don't I just create a virtual machine, right? Some targets such as MM do not have minimal CDs. At the time Gentoo released engineering project does not support building ISO files for those targets. I don't know about the accuracy. Yeah. I mean, he could be an entertaining person to watch. He has opinions, and he's a chronically online 4chan person. He's like if 4chan became a person. It's not hate or anything. I don't watch him as much anymore. I used to watch him on like not really advice, but he was like, how to install Gentoo. What is this? How does this work? Kind of like thing. And then he started getting into like the schizoid Reddit news, like not even Reddit news, like 4chan news, like what's that? Like extreme memes for you know dank teens kind of mentality. He's like just he just seems like a chronically online person, but so am I, so I can't really say shit. Like there's people that I watch still, and I don't find them always like the most informative person. I just find them entertaining, which is utter false. Mental Law said doas is more secure than sudo because of CVEs. That would be like false in the sense. I mean, doas you can have less CVEs. It doesn't mean it's more secure. CVEs also it's user base. If you have like a small user base and you have like 5 CVs, it could look worse than a hunt. Pseudo duos are both pseudo binaries that can be theoretically exploited. Yeah, they have a lot of bloat. Both of them have a lot of bloat in it. I think that's why pseudo RS is slightly more secure from what I've been reading and listening to and understanding, is because it strips out a lot of the user. But the perfect solution is no root user in general. This is what Kick Secure came out with the system maintenance for that reason. He also spread the misinformation about pixels and Graphene OS at the time. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think saying like, why would you pick? People also do this all the time. They say that, oh, why would you pick a pixel? There's probably a backdoor. It's secret listening to you. Blah blah blah. That is like a shit take to have, because like you're theoretically going off what, like, you know what I mean? Like there's a person on the internet that I came across that thinks they don't understand what a broadband board is, like a separate board, and they think that it's your phone's like always listening to you when there's been no proof. They're like, your phone's always listening to you, even if it's turned off. It can be tracked. It's always listening to you. And people are like, oh my God, this is true. Oh my God, this is true. And I'm like, just sitting there. I'm like, and I come across people that are actually informed, and they're like, dude, I use my watch. I used to watch my tele like every day during my normie privacy phase. There's still people to this day that doesn't. Mr. Meat. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Mr. Making the most infamous internet troll. Oh, really? Hmm. I don't know who that is. Yeah, they either go there, they go mental outlaw, or they go Rob Braxman. Like, or they they watch like, they either go mental outlaw or Rob Braxman. Hmm. All right. Okay. Of course, with just a Linux, with just an ISO file download, the Gentoo Linux installation cannot be started. The ISO file must be written to a bootable media. It generally requires that the image is extracted to the file system or written directly to the service. Hmm. Gentoo? Need enough? Okay. Let's create. Oh, I love him. He gives reasonable takes. And he takes really complex stuff and like simplifies it. I think he's a breath of fresh air. I also like Live Overflow. Live Overflow is really nice too. The lower level learning is kind of like very, but he talked about this. Um, he's said that he figured out how to make his YouTube channel grow much faster. He watched a lot of like YouTube growth content. I love his content, man. Ryan, I know you didn't scan that QR code. Just send me $4,000. I'll do the meme for $8,000 a month. I will stop. I'll stop posting. Hmm. Cash only. On the installation media is ready. Time to boot the media system. Reboot. Enter the motherboard's firmware user face. Hmm. Cash only. I'll send it to you. I'll send you my PO box. When installing Gentoo on a system with UEFI firmware interface, ensure the live image has been booted to UEFI mode, XL, event, DOS, legacy BIOS. Ensure the Ubuntu is plugged in. The system reboot. A grub will be shown with the various entries at the enter screen. To boot the installation with customized boot options such as passing additional kernel parameters, the following hardware options highlight boot. Then press E. Okay. You can either go to the schizoid who thinks everything is backdoored and probably runs LibreBoot on an anti from 2009. True. E. Making the necessary mentions per schedule of 10 modify the entry. At the boot prompt, users get the option of just available kernels, F1 boot options, F2. If no choice was made to them, kernel, then the installation menu will fall back to booting and let me do a reboot. Actually. Because we're not that far. Gentoo. Next. Okay. Kernel. At the boot prompt, users get options to F1 and boot options. If no choice is made within 15 seconds after the display. E. Oh. And so immediate booting this reboot into the installed environment without the need to remove a CD from the tray. Something well appreciated for remote installation. Specifying a cursor was mentioned on the minimal installation media. There are only two programmable entries are provided. The default option is called gentoo. The other one being no FB variant. This disables buffer support. Low key map. Enter for default. May I ask what hour you stay at your streams and how often? I found your chant today. This is cool. I'll come again. I stream once a day at least. It's cool. It's cooler when he plays Magic. I generally stream once a day. 10:30. Yeah, I saw that smiley face. It's generally around 10:30. PM. And there's a path where you become sensible and realize that information privacy is giving wrong, and you should look more deep into this topic. True. Okay, so this is weird. Can all like general invention without specifying any optional parameters just work fine, but for boot troubleshooting experts can otherwise just press enter and skip ahead to the extra hardware configuration. When the installation boots, it tries to detect the hardware device. Oh wait, this isn't live though. Okay. Just get to the partition zone. This is mostly useless stuff. Boot gentoo. Now the boot media select kernel of the default. Let's say the boot options as example. We boot the gentoo kernel with dope. Root. When it's the installation boots. Where's that? Oh, volume device management. Let's see if we can do a ping. I have not. I have packets. If I do the live media, does that mean see you later, guys? I have an exam in the morning. Gotta go. Nice talking to you. Peace. All. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Good luck on your exam. Get good rest. And make sure that you crush it. But it seems like I already have networking. Am I crazy? Like I have an IP address. Or is it because it's in a virtual machine that's why this is? Hmm. School is for fools. Ryan, didn't you go to school? Am I dumb? Yeah, not a problem, man. Am I dumb or something? Troubles, hardware requirements, minimal installation, CD. Like it seems like it's already fucking installed. Minus like, or is it a medical exams? Is it a medical exams? Writing a bootable USB, burning the disk. When installation medium boots, it tries to detect all the hardware device approach. In the next example, support certain network types, optional viewing documentation. Maybe it just works if the system is connected to Ethernet network, IPv6 server. It's very likely that the system's never going to automatically. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, if I would just read that. Outbound HTTPS access to DNS, obtaining interface info, optional application specific for configuration. The following methods are not generally required, but maybe help to receive additional configuration for internet activity. Blah blah blah. Using ADSL. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Networks CIDR. Block device. Let's take a look at disk-oriented aspects of Gentoo, the Linux general, including block devices, partitions. Oh, this is it. This is the part that I'm supposed to be. I am dumb. I'm dumb. Like a dum dum. I'm like the candy. I would love a churro right now. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Hmm. Okay. I had one more taco. You don't need to have zeros to ping something. What do you mean? What? Just skip to the 14th part. All you really need to do is like two partitions, one for EFI and one for your main files and stuff. Okay. Damn it, what's the 14th part? How many partitions and how big? Oh, I don't have to do. I mean, I have a VDEV. I should. Oh, okay. What is bio? Oh, do. How many partitions and how big? The design of partitions are to be determined the system and the file system applied to devices. There are lots of users. It's advised to have a home on a separate partition, which will increase security and make backups and other types of maintenance easier. If Gentoo is being installed to form as a mail server, the var should be separate partition as mails are stored inside the var. Directed game servers. Just I'm testing out KDE finally based. In most situations, Gentoo user and var should be kept relatively in large size. User hosts the majority of available applications on the system and Linux kernel source, user source, and by default, var hosts the Gentoo build e repositories located in var db repos Gentoo, which is depending on the file system, generally consumed around 650 megabytes of disk space. Bloat. This space includes var cache disk files and var cache bin packages directories, in which will gradually fill those source files and binary packages for the system. How many partitions? Certain trade-offs, best options. Choose the best performing file system for each partition volume. The entire system can't run out of free space. The entire system cannot run out of free space if the defunct tool is constantly continues writing file partitions to volume, if necessary file systems, etc. However, multiple partitions have certain disadvantages as well. If not configured properly, the system might have lots of free space on one partition, little free space on another, separate partitions for users. RAM. What about swap size? Recommended swap size is RAM 2 gigs or less, 2 RAM, 3 RAM, 2 to 4 gigs, RAM amount, 64 to 8 gigs minimum. Hibernation not recommended. A general rule for RAM is amounts is less than 4 gigs of swap space is recommended to be twice the initial memory. For systems with multiple hard disks, it is wise to create one swap partition on each disk so that they can be utilized in rewrite operations. The faster disk can swap, the faster system will run on when data swaps must be accessed when choosing blah blah blah. Okay. You need EFI and one for your main files and stuff. Okay, yeah. Which EFI system partition? When installing Gentoo, system uses UEFI to boot the operating system instead of BIOS. It is essential to the EFI partition system is created. The instruction below will contain the necessary pointers to correctly handle this operation. The EFI partition is not required when booting BIOS legacy mode. The EPS must be a FAT variant, sometimes shown as VFAT on Linux systems. The official use of this partition denotes FAT2, which is system recommended. Okay. So we're going to do fdisk, tac l, dev loop, dev VDA, 20 gigs, clear, ls. Okay. Nothing here. Okay. What was it again? Fuck. VDA. Okay. mkfs dot fat tac f 32 dev vd a clear. All right. What is the BIOS partition? A BIOS partition is very small 1 to 2 memory partition, which bootloaders like rub32 can part. If the ESP is not formatted with a FAT variant system, UEFI firmware will not find a bootloader or Linux kernel and most likely be unable to support the system. Just use cfdisk and make your root partition btrfs. Do you want to remove it? Device already contains a VFAT signature? No. Oh yeah, I forgot about this tool. Toggle bootable flag current partition. EFI mount VFAT if description swappable partition. Viewing the current shouldn't it be VDA1? It should be VDA1. Right? It is VDA1 automatically. Viewing the current partition layout, fdisk is a popular and powerful tool to split partitions. Fire a fdisk in an example. We'll do VEDSA. Use gparted. God damn y'all. Creating a new When booting UEFI mode, also, and it is not required when booting in UEFI mode. Okay, I can skip that. I think you just made 20 gig VFAT. I did. We are going to... Can we delete this? Yeah, we can delete it. All right. Now it's back, guys. All right. The following parts are how to create an example partition layout for a single GTP disk device with confirmed to the UEFI specifications and discoverable partition size. DPS is specified provided. So we're going to do new partition size. How big should I make it? Just make it my root partition btrfs. Btrfs is nice. Partition size. What about 8 gigs, right? 12 gigs. 10 GB. Right? Oh, 1 gig. No, EFI 1 gig. 1 gig. 1 gig. Yeah, 1 gig. Whoa. I just noticed, I was like reading. So that would be my primary. Okay. Popular FTC, use the P to display the current partition configuration. So 1 gig. 1 gig for that, 4 gigs for my Linux swap, new, 1, I'll do like 4 gigs for GB. This is just boot partition for EFI, so even 1 gig is huge. Yeah. I'm assuming, yeah. Okay. Alternatively, to keep an existing GPU division, see the output of P above, consider removing an existing partitions one by one. If they just delete, the partition is now scheduled to delete and no longer show up in the printing phase. First, create a small EF partition will be mounted as EFI type, and to create the new partition followed by 1. Type N to create a new partition followed by 1 sector for start, enter. Make sure it's from 248, which enter 1 prime to last sector, type 1 plus gig to 1 gigabit in size. Mark the partition as an EFI partition. Selected partition. Type. There we go. Type. This will be EFI, right? Fuck swap. Get more RAM, hobo. All my homies hate swap. Linux. There we go. EFI. Nice. Found it. Change type of partition 1. EFI. Type. We're going to do the swap. I think I should have put it as main, right? Why are you using CF disk? Just go use CF disk. I am using CF disk. There we go. UG parted. Okay. EFI system, creating the swap partition. Swap partition done. V88.2. At this, press T to partition Linux swap, creating a root partition. Finally, to create a root partition, press N to create. We're doing press 3 to create a third partition, DOS3. When the prompt's last sector, enter to create partition the rest of the remaining space on the disk. G, primary, type, ABC. Where's the root? 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 Empty, fat, hidden. Because real hackers use fdisk. That's funny. Plan 9. Where's root? Where's root? Where's root? GNU novel disk secure multi-boot. Old Minix. FreeBSD, NetBSD, Darwin boot, Solaris, BDSD, Solaris. Partition. Oh, setting the root partition type to Linux root is not required, and the system will function normally if it's set to Linux file system type. Oh. Type is only necessary for cases where bootloader support is use boot support, instead. After creating the root partition, press T to set partition. The site partition is created and type 23 to. Oh, 23. Forgot these are labeled. Oh. No 23. Change type partition link file system list. There is no root. No, that's if you want X4 ButterFS. There is no root. So when I just make it then what do I pick for it? Would like to use Plan 9, but I'm more of a user of computers. No, this is if you want XT4 or ButterFS. There is no root. Interesting. So what do I pick then? FreeBSD, NetBSD, Darwin US. Make your EFI partition roughly. That's the suggest amount. 100 to megabytes. I made it a gig. Oopsies. Don't I make this a GPT then partition then? Or Linux? EFI? After completely substituted G departed Linux root. Setting the root. Oh, creating the root partition. Let me just read. Setting the root partitions types Linux to Linux root x86 is not required, and the system will function normally if it is set to Linux file system type. Empty, hidden. Make it hidden. Okay. Easy drive. GNU guys? GNU mentioned? Should I just do it as Linux then? Where's ButterFS? You guys lose Solaris. I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna make an assumption from my brain. I'll just do Linux. Quit program without writing changes. And then let's see. fdisk, tac L. Okay, there's EFI, Linux swap, and then Linux. 15 gigs, 3 gigs, and about 454 megabytes. I'm just wondering if I did that right. Huh. My main desktop will become Gentoo. Do right and then exit. Oh, do right and then teen exit. Oh, I'm just wondering if I did it right. Just 1 second. Viewing the current partition layout, FDSDSA, creating a new disaggable and ruling. The particular disk will now, until now, will configure to house 2 Linux file systems, each with the corresponding partition as Linux, as well the swap partition Linux change FTP, creating a new disaggable, removing all partition, pressing 0 will instantly remove all partition, creating new BR disaggable on the DOS table. Ultimately, to keep the existing DOS diskable, see the output of P. Consider removing the existing partitions one by one. Oh. Okay. Now it's time to put the file system on the partitions. Oh, okay. All right. Yo, ZFS mentioned? This would be so sick. I remember reading about this. Bcache. Bcache is a Linux kernel block layer caching. It allows one or more fast disk drives, such as flash-based solid-state drives, to act as a cache for one of the slow drives. It's very cool. Bcache FS. Guys, Bcache FS mentioned. Let's see. I wish I could just replace all the tools with Rust ones. Gentoo, but it's all rewritten in Rust. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so when using an SSD or NVMe drive, it's wise to check the firmware upgrades for some Intel SSDs, particularly 600p to 6000p, require firmware upgrade, possible data corruption, including XFS Linux supports several dozen file systems, although many of them are only wise to deploy for specific purposes. Only certain file systems may be found stable on AMD 64 architecture. It is advised to read up on the file systems and support XFS file system metadata journaling when it comes to the robust feature set of optimizations for scalability and has continuously upgraded export VFAT, ButterFS, newer generation file system providing advanced features like snapshotting, self-healing through checksum, transparent compression, subvolumes, and integrated RAID. Kernel support probably are not yet guaranteed. To be safe, use this with ButterFS production because Bix is only presented in more recent releases of LTS kernel branches, Rapid 5.6 quote groups. The flash-friendly file system, NFTS, ZFS mentioned, guys. Next generation file system created by Matthew Athens and Jeff Brogdon was designed around a few key ideas: administration of storage based Okay, so for instance, to have the root partition as XFS as the example partition structure. Okay. Use example partition, the following commands would be used. Small X4 partitions, activating the swap partition, mounting the root partition. Oh, okay. Oh, right here. Make butterfs. Okay. To create file systems on a partition volumes, they are used space utility available for each possible file system. Click the file system name, tag below to information each file system. Okay, nice. Copy and paste. Never. Consider setting up sys fs butterfs means to handle regular balancing. I don't think I gotta do all that. Right? We can skip that part, right? Typing long butterfs commands can quickly become hassle. Each command, besides the initial butterfs command, can be reduced to a very short set of instructions. This method helps when working from the command line to reduce the amount of characters type. For example, define of locate a long command. Oh, let's see. Oh, usage creation. The make butterfly, the allocates butterflies command irreversibly destroys any content person is told to format. Please share the correct drive is being. It seems like have only installed Linux. Seems like you have only installed Linux. Have you ever used it? No, I only install Linux. I don't actually use it. Oh, okay, beautiful. Fdisk. Nice. Okay. In the example above, replace n with the partition number and the x with the disk letter to be formatted. For example, if the format system B is imported, the number of columns fstab should be 0 for all butterfs. Fstack butterfs should not be running during each system boot. Labels can be edited by creating using label. Labels are generally less unique than UIDs. By saying the labels root as homeland can be helped with organization. After creating the file system, can be found manual mount, fstab, define mount points for fstab. EF politician must be formatted as FAT32. Damn. Should have read that. F32. Huh. small x4 when using the x4 file information is less than 8 gigs. The file system you created within the proper. Okay. Swap dev. Okay. Swappoo. Mounting the root partition. Certain live environments may be missing. To adjust the mount point for gentoo's root partition. For mount points for additional partitions in the creation. Additionally stepped in necessarily because to activate the swap partition. Okay. It was only just because swap partition could create live environments may be missing suggested mount points for gentoo's root partition, mount gentoo, or mount points for additional partitions to create. In the partitioning section, KDR. Parents, mount, gentoo. Okay, cool. With mount partitions created, it's time to make the partition accessible via mount command. Mount dev VDA3 mount command, mount the root partition, dev FTA3, mount gentoo. Failed, can't find squash FRS damages may. Okay. Huh. My wallet was full a few days ago, so I ordered a Google Pixel 9 XL to replace my Pixel 6. Good. That's a good. That's good. Failed to can't find a squash FS super block on VDA3. Oh, did I forget to do butter FS as my root? For instance, the root partition has, oh yeah, MK. The XL is nice. To be completely honest, I got the XL only because it was the only way I could get the highest storage. I was looking for a smaller phone. Clear. Let's try that again. All right, cool. That was it. That was the reason I'm done. Beautiful. Okay, so after that, we mounted the root partition. So create a live environment must be maybe missing. Continue creating additional mount points necessary for additional custom partitions created during the previous step by using the mkdr command. Gentoo, for EFI only, the ESP should be mounted under the root partition location. Continue mounting additional custom partitions if necessary using the mount command. Chmod. If temp needs to reside on Separate partition. Be sure to change its permission after mounting chmod 1777. Later in the instructions, the production file system, a virtual interface with the kernels, as well as kernel pseudo file system will be mounted, but first gentoo must be extracted. Huh. Wouldn't I need to, for this, wouldn't I need to mount other, like, file systems like var, temp? Unsupported architectures regularly use a target desktop for graphical operating system environments to use staged files with the term desktop within the name. These files include packages such as llmv core, llmv, the devlang rust, and devlang rust mentioned, guys, and use flag tunneling, which will greatly improve install time. The stage file act as a seed of gentoo install. Stage files are generated with the catalyst by the release engineering team. Stage files are based on specific profiles and contain almost complete systems. When choosing stage files, it's important to pick one with profiling targets born as the desktop system type. While it's possible to make major profile changes after installation has been established, switching between requirements. Recompile the kernel and include all the file systems. Yeah, guys. We are going to have every file system known to man, every file system type, which would be based. OpenRC is dependency-based init system responsible for starting up system services once the kernel has booted. The mainnet's compatibility with the system provided init program normally located in sbin init. It's Gentoo's native and original init system, but it's also developed by a few other Linux distributions and BSD systems. OpenRC does not function as a replacement for the sbin init by default and is 100% compatible with Gentoo init scripts. This means the solution can be found to run dozens of daemons in the Gentoo ebuild repository. Systemd is a modern sysv style and init and RC replacement for Linux systems. Is used the primary init system by the majority of Linux distributions. Systemd fully supports by Gentoo and works for its intended purpose. If something seems lacking in the handbook and systemd install path, review the systemd article before asking for support. Multilib. Not every architecture has multilib options. Many run with native code. Multilib is commonly applied for AMD 64. Don't worry, I bought a Google Nexus 6 yesterday. Before downloading the stage file, the current directory should be set to the location the mount used for install. Oh, Mount Gentoo. Interesting. When using exFAT file systems, I'm pretty sure that is all I need. Larry the cow has beckoned you. Oh, nice. On support architects recommended users target desk from okay. The stage file acts as its multilib. Downloading the stage file. Before downloading the stage file, its current directory. So let's just go to ls cd mnt gentoo clear. Oh, damn it. Date. Okay. Stage archiving generally obtained using HTTPS, which requires relatively accurate system time. Clock skew can prevent downloads from working and can cause unpredictable errors. If the system time is adjusted by any considerable amount after installation, the current date time can be verified with date. If the display date is more than a few minutes off, it should be updated using one of the following methods. Automatic, using NTP. Okay, nope, we're good. I don't know what the fuck, it's military time, but whatever. Using NTP to correct the clock skew, typically easier than more reliable manually setting the system clock. Conroid, part of the net MISC crony, can be used to update the system clock with to UTC with root. Oh, nice. Systems without a functioning real-time clock must sync the system clock at every system start and regular intervals. Manual. Graphical browsers. Those using environments with fully graphical web browsers will still have no problem copying stage files from the main website's download section. Simply select the appropriate tab, right click the stage file and copy the link to the clipboard, place the link in the command. Yeah. Command line browsers. Nice base. Command line browser, guys. Mentioned. Let's do that. Okay. Choosing the file system. OpenRC. Can you not read military time? No. I'm not in the military, man. You ever consider that, Brian? Should I just do system D? One's in the chat for system D. Two's in the chat for OpenRC. Most users should not need to use the advanced tarballs option if they're on supported architecture. It's wrong to use targeting a desktop graphical operating system environment. Use stage file desktop within the name. There we go. 3 for Magic the Gathering time. No. Oh, stage. OpenRC, desktop profile, OpenRC, system D, Desk Pro. Did you get? Damn. Oh, I guess I could do a command line browser. Most traditional readers or old-timer Gen 2 users. That's crazy. Working exclusively from the command line may prefer using links, client links, a non-graphical menu-driven browser to download stage. Okay. Links. HTTPS. gentoo.org/download/mirrors/ Fuck did I spell wrong? Oh, I have a dot in front of it. God, I'm retarded. There we go. Gentoo, nice. This is based. To download stage, surf to Gentoo mirror links low. Use HTTP proxy with links, pass on the URL with HTTP proxy option. Next to links, there's also browser like links is a non-graphical but not menu driven. On the mirror, select mirror list close by. Usually HTTP mirrors first, but other protocols available as well. Move to Realist, MD, Autobuilds directly. They're all available stage files. Downloads. Oh. Mirrors. The fuck? Oh. Hmm. Okay. It's gonna be stage 3. This is this is in there we go. Open our we're gonna do desktop system D 2. To what? Okay, we're gonna do stage 3, open RC. Stage 3 system D. Stage 3 desktop profile open RC. Stage 3 desktop profile system D. Content type is applicable. Do you want to save or display this file? Is it here? It is. It's here. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay. On the mirror list, select or remove service directly after a stage and please possible to verify the integrity. Like with minimal installation CDs, additional downloads to verify and validate the stage file are available. Although these steps may be skipped, these files are provided for users who care about their integrity of their files they just downloaded. The extra files are available under the root of the mirror directory. Browse. There we go. wget to verify hash. Compare to the outputs. Okay, there we go. If you guys want to verify your files, that's fine. If you don't, that's okay. If you don't, get over it. This isn't a virtual machine, so I'm not too worried. Once the stage files has been downloaded and verified, it can be extracted using the tar, but always verify your files. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm just some guy on the internet. Once the stage is done, it can be extracted using tar, xpvf, stage 3, tar, jurors included, numerical owners went down 2. Before extracting and verify these options, extract the includes POSIX and mutable namespace stored in the archive, numerical owner. Ensure the user and ID groups of the files are being extracted from the terminal remain the same as the gentoo's release engineering team intended. Even if adventurous users are not using official Gentoo live environments for the installation process, the amount to extract files repartition regardless of the current directory. Now the stage files will unpack to proceed configuration compilation options. So we're gonna do tar xpdf to xattrs tech include equal do I just equals preserve extend. Ensure the user and ID groups of the files being extracted from the tarball remain the same as Gentoo's release engineer team. The fuck? I wonder if I should just do it like as it's written. Yo, PC heating up. There we go. To optimize system, it is possible to set variables that impact behavior portage. Gentoo's officially supported package manager. All these variables can be set to environment variables using export, but setting the export is not permitted. Tournament. Now the stage is unpacked. Proceed with the configuration compile options. Fire up an editor. In this guide, we use Nano to alter the optimization variables that we'll discuss hereafter. Root. Let's see if that's even there. Technically, variables can be exported. Blah blah blah. A commented listing of all possibilities can be found in mount gentoo user share portage config make config example. Additional documentation make config can be found running by running man5 make config. Portage reads the make config file when it runs. It will change the runtime behavior depending on the values saved in the make config file. It can be considered the primary configuration for Portage, so treat the content carefully. Wow. Let's just do cat gentoo etc Portage. Nice, Portage is already there. Note, this stage was built with the bind set user flag enabled. This sets the language and builds output to English. Please keep this settings intact when reporting bugs. Far from this guide to after root and make config. From the make config example file, it's obvious how the file should be structured. Commented lines start with a hashtag. Other lines define variables using variable values. Syntax. Several of those values are discussed in the next sentence. Don't do cat, do dog. Dog not found. F. Jabated. Jabated live. Just make it what do you call it? Just make it we should make dog Rust. We should make Rust variant of it. Make it dog called dog. But in Rust. Cat rewritten in Rust. Cat RS. It's probably already been done. Okay, so the C flags and the CXXX flags variables define the optimization flags for GCC, C, and C++ compilers, respectively. All those are defined generally here. For maximum performance, one would need to optimize these flags for each program separately. The reason for this is because every program is different. However, this is not manageable, hence the definition of these flags in make.config file. The make.config file should define the optimization flags while make the system more responsive generally. Don't place experimental settings in this variable. Too much optimizations can make programs misbehave, crash, or even worse, malfunction. The handbook will not explain all the possible optimization options. To understand all, read the GNU online manuals or the GCC info page, info GCC. The make config example file itself also contains lots of examples and information. Don't forget to read it too. At first, setting the March or mtune flag, which specifies the name target architecture, possible optimizations are described as the make config example file's comments. Commonly used values is native, as tells the compiler to select target architecture and the current system, the ones users installing Gentoo on. The second one is, let's do sudo nano. Oh, I have home media root. But I need mount. Gentoo. Media. Ccat run. Go cat go. Go mention, guys. Boot and root, what was it? Portage. Oh, etc. Portage. Make. There we go. Note this stage was built with the binding enabled. Okay, so it's not live. At first, setting the March mtune flag with specific names to target architecture, possible options are described. Make for example is cause no. Okay. is it? Commented listings of all possibilities can be found in mount gentoo use cd mount gentoo user share portage config okay. Oh yeah, it's not working. Using the format from what doesn't keep the frame pointer to register functions that don't need one might have some serious repercussions. Debug them. When the C flags variables are defined, combine several optimization flags. Okay. Although the GCC optimization article has more information on how various compilation options can be affected by system, the safe flat C flags article is more practical place for beginners to start optimizing the system. Rust Mansion. Many programs now written in Rust, which has its own ways of optimizing. By default, Rust optimization levels. Guys, Rust mentioned. Let's see. Many programs are written in Rust, which is owned but has its own way of operating, optimizing. By default, Rust optimizations to level 3 on all release builds. Unless the project changes it, it should be left as is. A full optimization known as cogen that can be passed to the Rust compiler is available. So in London, the most useful optimization would be to tell Rust to compile for your CPU using the following example. Rust flags equal flags, text C. To get a list of supported CPUs in Rust run, this will show you what the default and also CPU is selected with native. The above command only works on desktop stage 3 tarballs for emerging Deadline Rust bin or Deadline Rust. Oh. Damn it! Oh, hardened stages. That's the hardened stages. Turn up your microphone. Your volume is at 75 less than Lewis Rosman. I'm also like pushing. I'm pushing my bed. Turn up your microphone. Lewis Rosman. Does he really talk that small? Guys, look. Hardened stages. The LLVM stage experimentally uses libcc, meaning there aren't ABI compares. I can use miso. Right? I fuck up. Damn it. Damn it. I had a miso option. Fuck. For additional information on using miso-based Gentoo systems, please see the miso usage guide. No matter. Note that the users of miso states will need to be comfortable filing bug reports and something. Oh, okay. Maybe, whatever. Damn it. I picked system D. F in the chat, everyone. I can redo it though. And then maybe maybe do a miso option. Or can I just harden it? It has a pre-hardened option. Huh. Fuck. Fuck. Using former frame pointers which don't keep frame pointers and registry functions don't need one might have some. So let's go to cd sudo nano etc portage make.config rust flags equal rust flags. Oh, damn, forgot the $sign. The makeops variable defines how many parallel components should be occur when installing packages. As if a left-handed performance default behavior is set to the makeops job value, which is the same number of threads returned by nproc. Further, as Portage 3.1 is left undefined, Portage default behavior is set to low average. A good choice is smaller than the number of threads CPU has. The total number of system RAM divided by 2. Using large number of jobs can significantly impact memory consumption. A good recommendation is to have at least 2 gigs of RAM. Every job specifics at least 12 requires at least 12 gigs to avoid running out of memory. Lower the available when using. Okay. If left undefined port is to set the value to make ops JForm. Type. Looks like a burger. Okay. Let's do that. Save buffer. Update to match. Search for makeops in man5. Make config for more details. Installation, introduction to library, reference, ready, set, go. Now users will press Control-Alt to write the changes. Quit. Hey, what's up? What's going on, Mohammed? Been a while. Installing the base system. Ready to compile this bad boy? I think so. To rooting. One thing that still remains to be done before entering the new environment that is copying over the DNS information at a resolve config. This needs to be done, ensuring the networking still works even after entering the new environment. Edit resolve config contains the namespace for the server's network. To copy the information, it is recommended pass the difference option to the CP command. This ensures that if edit resolve config is a symbolic link, the link's targets file copied instead of the symbolic link itself. Otherwise, in the new environment, the symbolic link would be point to a non-existing. Installing Arch right now. Oh, you are? Nice. Denture Adventure. Gentoo is a whole bag of fun. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm learning. I think it's a good way to also learn Linux as a whole. Next would be like LFS. Guys, next week will be Void Linux, and then after that, LFS. One thing to still remember to do before doing deferring, so we're just gonna do CP. CP. Difference, edit, resolve, big, mount, gentoo, ECT. ETC. In a few moments, the Linux root will be changed towards the new location. The file system needs to be made available. Our proc. Been on Linux since 2008. Oh, nice. Based. All Linux users are old. In a few moments, if Gentoo's install media, if using Gentoo's install media step can be replaced with simply arch root mount gentoo. Huh. Interesting. Okay. In a few moments, the Linux root will be changed towards the new location. Proc is a pseudo-file system. It looks like a regular files, but it's generated on the fly by the Linux kernel. Sys is a pseudo-file system like proc, which is once meant to replace and is more structured than proc. Dev is a regular file system which contains all devices. It is primarily managed the Linux file device manager, usually udev. Run is a temporary file system used for generated at runtime, such as PID files, or locks. The proc location will be mounted on the Gentoo proc, whereas the other are bind mounted. The latter means that for instance, mount Gentoo sys will actually be sys. It's just a secondary point to the same file system, whereas mount Gentoo proc is a new mounted instance, so to speak, to the file system. Love you kids learning Linux. Can't wait for y'all to get older and useful. I remember the time when I tried to do CFI, my whole system, and Bash, Python, and a bunch of programs broke down. Oh, with the are you talking about with the change all the file systems? I fucked up. I could have picked Muso, but I'm gonna next week. I'm gonna do after this next Sunday. I will install Void Linux. That'll be next. Even though Void Linux might be easier, I don't know. Okay, so let's do. Is it what arch? Chroot. Homie was running Linux. My kids didn't even know what Windows was other than from movies. They didn't get a real taste of it till they started school. Based father. This is a Linux house. Hmm. Okay, so mount. Mount type types proc gentoo. We edit with Vim. We don't edit. We edit with Vim or we don't edit. That's funny. What's up, John? Welcome to the stream. Wise. I use Nano because that's what I'm used to. I like Nano too. Like generally. Where CD that I should try Vim. Legit. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't care for it. Where am I? Vim's good. Just take some relearning. I had to program on my brain how to use the keyboard. Probably. Print working directory. Huh. Where the fuck did when using non-Gentoo installation media, there might be sufficient some disturbance making devs. Okay. Where the fuck did I go? I did chroot and then it like fucking. I make an oopsie. Honestly, when I want to be a rebel, I edit on a mouse pad. Mouse pad. Cat CD. It's like it disappeared. Exit. Oh, so already it's rooted in the environment. So that makes sense. Oh, it's like Notepad, open source then? Okay. If using Gentoo's install media, this stuff can be replaced with some links will be changed in the direction. The items that need to be made available are huh. And then test Okay. Yeah, I was about to say you were already cheroot. Shouldn't I not be? Shouldn't I be cheroot? If gentoo's install immediate, the step can be replaced with simply arch cheroot mnt gentoo. Oh, so I already have, let's see, I have bin boot home lib mount proc root sys. Okay, so it's already there, so I really don't need to. So I'm kind of already there. I'm already there. I don't need to make these. Yeah, you're fine. Okay, so I don't need to mount all these things. When using a non-gentoo installation method, cheroot gentoo bin bash. Now that all partitions are initialized in the base environment installed, it is time to enter the new installation environment by cherooting. Because they're already mounted. From this point, all actions are performed and are immediately on the new Gentoo Linux environment. If the Gentoo installation is interrupted anywhere at this point, it should be possible to resume the installation at this step. There's no need to repartition disk again. Simply mount the root partition. Simply mount the root partition and run the steps above, starting with copy DNS info to read. Let's see if we still have. Okay, we still have a network. Good. Preparing for the bootloader. Now that the new environment has been entered, it's necessary to prepare the new environment for the bootloader. It will be important to have the correct partition mounted when it is time to install the bootloader. For UEFI systems, dev SDA was formatted for the FAT32 file system. It will be used as the FEI system partition, ESP. Create a new EFI directory, if not yet created, and then mount the ESP there. Mount dev. The Gentoo wiki and Arch wiki are wonderful for Linux and just in general. Yeah, I've heard the Gentoo wiki is really like praised for its documentation. I say the best documentation I've had for Linux beyond this experience is definitely CubesOS, which is my main CubesOS is my main environment for my main laptop. Linux like my laptop, my main distro has been for the better part of quite a long time now. At this point, has been CubesOS. I surprisingly have not distro hopped away from CubesOS. Love that you. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I know it's probably past your bedtime. Preparing for the bootloader. Mount dev ds1 dev sd. I went there for just a refresher when I forgot stuff. Huh. Cubes is based. Yeah, CubesOS is based. Fdisk. Tech L. Interesting. So in the cheroot, oh no, it's here. Okay. Dev VD. I was don't. I'm like sitting there FDA one. Cubes is probably EFI. The most reasonable. Cubes is probably the most reasonable that I've come across. In hindsight, in terms of like portable security, like reasonable security, and it also gives me a good amount of organization. does not exist. Damages. You may have one more information after failed to mount a system call. Huh. Interesting. Not created, then mount. Interesting. I thought I already did this. Create a new file, EF directory, if not you're credited, and then mount ESP here. Interesting. But I already created this, so I'm trying to think if this is even a so mount. Oh wait, hold on. I need to think. Brain. EFI is already created and it looks like it's already mounted. So I shouldn't need to do this. Right? Dev VDA 1 EFI. So it says it doesn't exist, but fdisk says otherwise. TAC L storage 20 VDA 1 is already. Next week we'll be installing hardened LFS with SE Linux. No, void and then LFS. LFS will be the next. LFS would be cool to do live. Yeah, I know that's gonna take. That'd be a lot long. I would need to start immediately at like 5 or something. It's already mounted. You should be good to go. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I guess this is like, hey, if you didn't make this and you got this far without it, it does make sense. Yeah, LFS would be cool. I tried LFS once and there's a really good YouTube channel that does like LFS walkthrough. Beautiful channel. Very educated, very cool to listen to, very awesome. Thousands of videos on LFS, and then he does a bit beyond Linux from scratch. Installing gentoo ebuild repository snapshot from the web. Next up is to install a snapshot of the gentoo ebuild repository. This snapshot contains a collection of files that informs Portage about the available software titles for installation, which profiles on the system administrator can select, package or profile specific news items. The use of emerge WebRSync is recommended for those who are behind restricted firewalls. It uses HTTP, FTP protocols for downloading the snapshot and saves the network bandwidth. Readers who have no network or bandwidth restrictions can happily skip to the next edition. Oh, have no network or bandwidth restrictions? I don't. This will fetch the latest snapshot, which released on a daily basis from the gentoo's mirror install. So I don't need to do emerge WebRSync. For this point forward, Portage might be mentioned at certain updates are recommended to be executed. This is because the system, during the operation, emerge WebRSync might complain about missing repos, gentoo location. This is to be expected, nothing to worry about. The tool will create the location. From this point on, select mirrors. In order to download source code, make code quickly, it is recommended to select a fast geographically close mirror. Portage will look into the make config file for the gentoo mirrors available for the mirrors listed there. It is possible to surf the gentoo mirror list and search for a mirror or multiple mirrors close to system's physical location. A tool called Mirror Select provides a pretty text interface more quickly and query to select sustainable mirrors. Just navigate to the mirrors and choose and press spacebar to select one mirror list. Updating the gentoo ebuild repository. It is possible to update the latest version. The previous emerge WebRSync. Maybe I should do it. Emerging the new environment. Hardened Void with app armor. That'd be sick. In order to download the source code quickly, we can do emerge. Okay. We ball. Now, yeah, I think it would be cool to really deep dive maybe into like hardened void with like app armor. 14 items have been rarely proud to be Gentoo. Use the eSelect method newsread to view new items. Nice. Optional. Okay. A list of common rares available online. Optional updating the Gentoo eBuild repository. It is possible to update it. Oh, damn it. Emerge. Sync. Tac sync. Nice. Yes, we're syncing. Ooh, beautiful. It would be kind of cool to have it message around with Void. Might give it might give it a go. I had touched Void a little bit. I used a system that was based on Void Linux. So it wasn't necessarily I installed Void from like the source. And same thing with Gentoo. I used Redcore, which is a already Gentoo, like pre-made Gentoo Linux distribution, kind of like towards gamers a slight amount, and it made it super easy. I actually liked the portage package manager. It was okay. My favorite distro that I don't run anymore, that use their own package manager, it's Solus. Solus is very beautiful. This was probably my favorite package manager. While that's doing that, that's gonna take a minute. They had a beautiful package manager that I really liked using. I don't know why this isn't more talked about. I used Solus Budgie. I know there was some controversy with this distro and Budgie, I think. Ew. XFCE. A lightweight desktop that aims to be fast while still being friendly. 2 gigs though. Too much. And I used their package manager and I really liked it. I do not know their security. I don't know how they do it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't even thinking about this when I was using it. Their software just, I forget what it's called. It's called EPCOG or something. It's really weird. For developers. Russ mentioned. I didn't get the game on it. To be complete, I have not seen Bungie in forever. Did they drop support for it? I thought they did, but I don't think so anymore. I think there was some controversy about it because of the maintainer of it or something. I remember I haven't personally used this in quite a long time. It was just one of my favorite things I used directly on my laptop for a long time. They were very, very cool. Very clean, very good looking interface. If somebody was like, hey, minus the package manager part, but they had a app store you could use. It was very cool. Reading news items. With the following Gentoo, ebular processing and synchronized, porters may output information messages similar to the following. Select. Migration required for OpenSSH with LDAP. Change of accept. So it's very cool that that existed. It got me into like I ran that for quite a while and distro hopped back to it like a couple times. After I tried that, I went from that to Elementary OS and then went back to that. I liked Elementary OS too. It's very Mac like. I actually installed Elementary OS on someone's laptop that was like very used to a Mac, but they didn't have it anymore, and it's whatever. It's a long story, but I was like, hey, they were like, yo, my PC's like super slow. Can you fix it? And I was like, I could put Linux on it, and you won't even know. And Windows was like killing the shit out of that laptop, like bogging it down. I'm like, I could speed it up, and I installed a flavor of Linux that was very easy to like understand. They never even fucking knew. They used Zoom and shit. They used Linux for so long that they forgot that Windows was on their PC. I think that at a point they were like just convinced that was like a very stripped down version of Windows or Mac or whatever. If all you do is just browse and shit on your laptop and you want to increase the performance from a pure performance standpoint, just install Linux. I recommend LXD for low powered systems as well, as Bungie years back to people who didn't want XFCE. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even think about that. Bungie is kind of lightweight. I thought it was lightweight. People say it's below, but pro possible upgrades, possible failure to preserve libraries, OpenSSH, RSH. I could have SSH into this and had a cleaner environment, but whatever. Yeah, there we go. Most old people just need, you think just AOS is a web browser? True. I mean, that's what phones are pretty much now. They're all giant web browsers. I tell people about progressive web apps and it just blows their mind still. Like, it's like, they're like, oh my God, what do you mean? Like this lady was telling me once, they're like, I don't have enough space on my phone, man. And they were complaining, they're like, I can't, you download Uber or whatever. I was like, you can use Uber from the web browser. I'm like, what? I was like conversating with someone at a bar once, and they were like, yeah, man, it's fucking slow. And I was like, just delete this, put this on a progressive web app. No storage needed, solved. And it's quicker. And I introduced them to Brave, and I'm like, no ads. They're like, oh my God, that's so great. I'm like, yeah, no. Progressive web apps are awesome. I try to use them more, not even from privacy standpoint, just from fucking storage. Because I'm looking right now. So speaking of storage, I'm looking at Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm most likely gonna buy it and probably live stream that for a while, maybe between that and Magic, because it looks super awesome. I like Doom. But I'm very pissed that it's 100 gigs of storage or something. I'm like actually like mad games are getting this big. I might have to like buy. Oh my God, I might have to buy another like. I have enough. When I showed someone Aurora Store or F-Droid, I was like, it was like, yeah, for real. They're like, what? You can do this? I wouldn't recommend Aurora Store personally from a security standpoint. F-Droid is kind of iffy. I just use Obtania. If you're a normie, sure, it's like awesome. I still use F-Droid, but it's like now kind of last on my list. Personally, Aurora Store, no. I don't even tell people to use Aurora Store. I regret kind of. I'm like, because I've seen people have pointed out the problems with it, and I mean it's subjective. Do whatever you want. You know, that's what free software is about. Free and open source choice, baby. Okay. Choosing the right profile. Desktop profiles are not exclusively desktop and for desktop environments. They're also suitable for minimal window managers like i3 Sway. A profile is a building block for a Gentoo system. Not only does it specify the default values for use, cflags, and other important variables, it also locks the system to a certain range of package versions. These settings are all maintained by Gentoo's developers. To see what profile the system is currently using, run eSelect profile module. I believe. Nice. Like this was the biggest controversy was the F-Droid WireGuard drama. They kind of explain it. It was pretty much WireGuard was removed from the F-Droid due to a policy violation regarding in the app updater, which F-Droid considered too intrusive. The WireGuard developer and F-Droid have different opinions on this policy, leading to a disagreement in the open source community. As a result, users can no longer find WireGuard through the F-Droid project. However, alternative message installation. F-Droid and Roaster both are insecure. Yeah. Well, actually, it's Aurora's biggest problem is it uses the same profile for everyone, so it is a problem. So that means everyone could be downloading a malicious APK. I believe that's what the issue is. I want someone to correct me if I'm wrong. But the WireGuard pulled because WireGuard wanted an update policy provides WireGuard API directly to ensuring the apps. It's about the update policy realistically and the way that they thought it should have been done. And F-Droid is like, yo, fuck you, kind of. Like, people... It was removed because it was due to policy violation. It seems that F-Droid people think that the in-app updater is too intrusive, while the WireGuard dev seems to disagree with the policy and it violates it. WireGuard insecure inclusion policy violates auto updates without explicit user consent. I do actually think that people should have auto update just by default. I used to use NetGuard years back because it would block background apps from contacting. Yeah, this is what's good about fucking. I used NetGuard for a long time. NetGuard enjoyer, by the way. The thing is, people do not update their stuff automatically. I think that choice and freedom is all great things, but I'm just saying I understand why I don't really have an issue with auto update. I think if I have the choice to turn it off, that's fine. Input. It says the software must not download additional executable binaries, add-ons, auto updates without explicit user consent. Consent means it needs to be an opt-in. It must be hard to decline, then accept or presented. But what's even better, I tell people that want a good thing is Rethink DNS. It has a built-in firewall. Invisible Pro has a built-in firewall as well. Or if you're not on Graphene OS has a native built-in firewall, and this is directly from Android. The ASSCP has a built-in firewall option that I don't know why Android manufacturers do not just make this a default option. Yeah, I like being on the cutting edge, but I had to calculate that required internet access. Like, I had to calculate that required internet access. Yo, fuck that. Was this phone made from China? Was this the Freedom phone? You cannot meaningfully consent to getting updates directly from developers if you're not informed that this is what happens when you press the button. And when installing the app for F-Droid, the responsible assumptions that updates will be provided by F-Droid, unless one explicitly chooses elsewhere. If this is still a problem for you, just remove WireGuard from F-Droid. Oh yeah, this is their argument. Indeed, I put a lot of work into F-Droid a while back, and I dove first head into F-Droid with a few goals. Could SS both heads security same level? I think he goes over their security soon. What you did not did is not removing path dependencies, but provide less choices for your users by violating policy F-Droid explicitly deniability delivery. You don't worry about Google Play Store stops supporting a phone in the next N years, which is ironic. I just to make pretty much yeah, I like being no worse than AT&T for real. AT&T is probably the worst. But yeah, there is that existed. That exists. I get it. It's if you care about choice and you are I care about choice to like a pretty high degree, but I also that also comes at a choice of developers being like, hey, I care about security and I want the people to get up the updates as soon as possible. I'm making that decision. Don't use WireGuard. That simple. Don't get it from F-Droid. Deny the update or whatever. Like, just don't use WireGuard then. Don't you like? That's just my personal take. That at that point, if he thinks that the possibility of people, especially using maybe an app for critical for security reasons that might be somewhat important, just throwing it out there. I mean, it's F-Droid's platform, so whatever. It's just I think their beef is kind of retarded. They should have been like, you know what? Let people choose, sure, but also let the developer make that decision himself. And hence why I pulled out. Okay, so I did that. The output of the command is just an example and evolves over time. To use systemd, select profile which has systemd in the name, vice versa if not. There are also desktop subprofiles available for architectures to include software packages. After viewing the available folders, instructor users can select different profile for the system. Accent, a Crescent, Google Play, Obtainium Plus, App Verifier, or Restore F-Droid. So I'm the opposite. So I'm Obtainium, a Crescent, Google Play, App Verifier, obviously. F-Droid, don't fuck with Aurora Store anymore. I'm trying to think of a reason for me to use the Aurora Store, and I still can't. It's a lot. And it's no hate. I mean, everything is purely to a degree, very subjective to a certain degree. Whatever, that's the ranking. F-Droid is the worst. Oh, the ranking? I thought that was like your choice. F-Droid is maybe the worst. I don't know. I heard F-Droid has fixed some problems. Ranking. I thought it was using, but let's see. In order to select a pure 64-bit environment with no 30-bit applications, libraries use no profile. Then select the no multi-lib profile. Oh, Muso Clang, systemd user merge. Man, why is there so many options? The developer subprofile is specifically Gentoo Linux developers and not meant to be used by casual users. Is there a hardened? Is there a hardened version? Okay. In order to select a pure 64-bit no 30-bit default, you select list. Default Linux AMD 64 user no limit prefix hardened SE Linux stable. Is that it? Should I do a default Linux AMD split user hardened SE Linux stable? Should that be the one? Or would it be split user hardened stable, hardened SE Linux stable? Default Linux AMD split user hardened stable. After viewing what's available, to use systemd, the output of the command. Oh, Wes can provide an easy way to install profiles while providing the ability to scroll. Oh, nice, based. Default Linux stable, default Linux harden, SE Linux experience, XP, experimental, GNOME, desktop GNOME systemd merger, user, desktop plasma, systemd merge, no multi-lib harden, multi-lib SE Linux, merger, desktop systemd stable, GNOME systemd stable. Where's hardened multi-lib desktop? Split user desktop GNOME, no multi-libs. There we go. Split user no limit lib SE Linux stable hardened stable multi-lib no multi-lib. Which one do I pick? Musil Clang, hardened Musil. But I'm wondering. And good command though. Good command to have. I need to stretch real quick and drink some water. Profile upgrading are not to be taken lightly. When selecting an init profile, use the profile covering the same version as the only one intended to use the stage file. Oh, each new profile vision announced. Okay, so I have to pick the same version as. What did I pick? Minimal. I picked desktop profile systemd. So I could do Linux, SE Linux, harden SE Linux. That's what it is. Desktop GNOME, systemd merger, plasma, Linux 4. E-select profile. After viewing the available profile, you can see is okay. Need to stretch and drink some water real quick. Okay. So in downloads, I used desktop profile systemd. I could do available for list GNOME. I could do can provide an easy way to install available profiles while fulfilling the scroll. Install yay BRB. E-select profile module. Let me do that again, but with less. Hardened SU Linux experience. Hardened SU Linux. Experimental, stable. Desktop system D stable. In order to select a pure 61, use the no minimal profile. I got a computer behind me. LOL. Next, select the num root. Since December 22, Gentoo's release engineering team has offered an official binary package host used for general community to retrieve and install binary packages. Adding binary packages allows porters to install cryptographically signed compiled packages. In many cases, adding binary packages will greatly decrease the main time to package installation and adds much benefit while running on older, slower, or lower powered systems. Let's see. Are not exclusive for desktop environments. They are suitable for minimal window managers like Active or Sway. To see what profile system is currently using, run eSelect using the profile. Setting up kitties for a friend that's going to make the jump to Linux needs some stuff from the R. Nice. Let me guess. They saw PewDiePie install Linux and they're like, I'm ready. Oh, that's awesome. 23. Okay. 17, 23. Okay, so I have to do 23. There we go. .o. We can do system 23. We'll do hardened system D stable. 32. Hardened SE Linux stable. 33. So we're going to do 33. Yep. E-select profile set 33. In order to set up here 60. In order to select the normal. Okay. After viewing the available, no mib. In order to select pure 64-bit environment with no 30-bit libraries, use no multi-lib profile. Deselect profile rest. 1, 2, 3. Next, select no multi-lib profile. Oh, 5. Default Linux AMD desktop experience. 52. Yeah, gaming on Linux is awesome. A lot of people that I know, they're like, you can game on Linux? I used Linux back in the day. I used Linux 500 years ago, and they're like, I'm like, why'd you stop? CDM based binary packages host example, bind host priority 999, sync your, okay. Installing binary packages, Portage will compile the packages from code to source. By default, it can be instructed to use binary packages in the following ways. The get bind package option can be passed when invoking the emerge command. This method for the binary package installation is useful to install only particular binary packages. Changing the system's default package features variable which exposed through the export image config, applying the configuration change to Portage. For example, to have Portage always install available binary packages. Configuring the use variable, UFU's most powerful variables and Gentoo provided to its users. Several programs can be compiled with or without optional support for certain items. For instance, some programs can be compiled with support for GTA key, with support for Qt. Others can be compiled with or without SSL support. Some programs can be even compiled with frame buffer support instead of X11 support Xserver. Most distributions compile their packages with support for as much as possible, increase the size of the programs or at startup time, not to mention the enormous amount of dependencies with Gentoo. Users can define what options for what package is compiled. This is where use comes into play. The use variable user defines keywords which are mapped onto the compiler. For instance, SSL will compile SS support. I remember having to go to Wine HQ many years ago just to see if a game. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, the worst. Kids realize it. They don't realize how good they have it today. Seriously, that on gaming on Linux is easier than it has ever been. I still go to ProtonDB, but that's for very specific reasons. The above example truncates the actual list of use variables is much larger. A full description is available at use flags and can be found in the system. Use desk. Inside the less command, scrolling can be up and down keys. Root. Enabling flags for KDB Plasma based system with DVD SLS support. When used, values when a program and system flag. Okay. C flags. Some architectures, including AMD 64 have a use expand variable called CPU flags. Or do not be confused with AMD and x86 systems, as some have common architectures, so the property value name for AMD 67. Okay. Is an example of properly set package.use for video cards. The substitute name for drivers can be used. Below is a table that can be used to easily compare the different video cards by the respective video card's value. Intel 86, none. x86 ARM, NVIDIA. Any NVIDIA except Maxwell, Pascal, and Volta. AMD since Islands. Details for GPUs can be found at AMD GPU article. Okay, so the CPU flags might not be optional. Might be required. Recommended. Wow. This step does not apply for the use of musil. Please avoid the user share zone info. Time zones, their names do not indicate. local generation. Most users want to use only one or two locals on their system. Locals specify not only the language. Local select. Wow, lots of information. How far are we? We're only at the states file. Working with ports, files, directories, working with gentoo. Wow. That's done. Choosing the row profile. Did that. Did that. Optional. And then we're back to some architectures. Do not be confused. To use this, some architectures. Okay. Do not to use this configure to build and compile in a specific assembly code or other instrings, usually handwritten or otherwise extra, and is not the same as asking the compiler to output optimized code for certain CPUs. Users should set variables in addition to configure their common flags are desired. A few steps are needed to set this up. Merge, ask, one shot at portage CPU flags, inspect the element of curious, then copy the output to package.use, root, echo, flags, portage flags. There we go. What do you think about Ubuntu going all on Rust? Based, actually, even though I hate canonical. I'm the biggest Pop OS and Ubuntu hater, to be completely honest. I have my personal reasons. It's not really hate against them in general, but I'm glad that they're going to Rust. I might switch to sudo rs. I know Wyclef87 is going to be like, just use run zero, but I'm like, nah, in my head. I looked into run zero, though. It's cool. I've seen people's thing of talking about run zero, and they talked about it in the Arch wiki, Arch Linux discussion, and they talked about run zeros with their experience with it and some of the problems. I don't know. I think it's good that they went to Rust. They're going to Rust. I think that's building. I think my argument for, I guess, Linux, the sanctity of Linux security progressing more is to help make programs just safe by default. Personally, I mean, Fedora is making good strides. We're getting into the immutable distro era, where immutable distros are, a lot better. Then you have Atomic Fedora, which I think Atomic Fedora is immutable. And that could come to a better user experience overall. Oh, they're not immutable, despite the term immutable being used to describe them. The core operating system time to spin is read-only, but there are ways to get around this read-only aspect. Fedora Atomic desktops, which includes spins like Fedora and Kernel, use true technology to establish option immutability only when they successfully built. Okay, yeah. Fedora Sway is the Atomic, is the immutable desktop operating system. That's what it was. I like Fedora, but Red Hat killing CentOS sucked. Yeah, them killing, but it's not really Red Hat that did it. It was IBM. IBM bought out Red Hat and turned them into a fucking the worst type. They turned them super corporate. I mean, that's why people hate Canonical. Is they're like too corporate, but so is the Linux Foundation. So I don't think the too corporate argument is a good argument. I just don't like they're not. Red Hat is beyond too corporate. Red Hat's like, but they got bought out by IBM. IBM's like, money? Starts rubbing their hands together. like a bunch of fucking cum suckling lords, giant dildos. Like, I'm okay with companies making money. I'm not even an issue with that. But when you become like demons, like, fuck you. Um. Okay. Emerge. Hmm. Yeah, completely where money makes the world go around, but greed, sake of greed is just the issue. Yeah. Would you like to merge these packages? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree. I think do emerge. Oh, accidentally mine not found. Please verify that it was installed. PGB verification method gem2. Most recent snapshot. Okay. Oh. Hmm. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Doom the Dark Ages 2. It looks good. There we go. Huh. Interesting. it looks cool, and ls tech l user share zone info. Okay. Hmm. Oh, there's expand. Did you copy resolve config? I did copy resolve config. Date. Ooh. The time is correct. Yeah, the time is correct. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh man. The time is off. It's yeah. The time is off. May 12th, 9:56. I think it's because it shifted. I shifted to the. How would I fix that? I did, but I think the time just got fucked up somewhere. Hmm. Wonder what mistake I made. The current local timestamp is newer than the timestamp of the last snapshot. In order to force sync, use the revert option to remove the timestamp file located at var repos gentoo metadata timestamp. Date, minimum syntax, month, day, hour, minimum year. Yeah, I think it looks off. Sudo, okay. Let's do merge. Date 13/15. Or is it 12/13? No, the time's not off. Month, day, hour, minute, year. Month, day, hour, minute. Okay, never mind. I think the timestamp is the time is correct. But I picked my original repo desktop Linux, and then when I went to the system, I picked SE Linux. The policy, I might have fucked up with the policy. Profile upgrades are not to be taken lightly. When selecting the initial profile, use the profile corresponding to the same version, which I did do. And it was still system D. Hmm. Huh. Please note run to a purported step necessary key ring for fair. Oh. Get Uto. Forgot about this part. Hmm. Yeah, I have a network. Everything's in time. Hmm. Interesting. When used value, C flags. Okay. Emerge. Ask. One shot. App portage. CPU. ID2. CPU flags. CPU flags. Ask. App. Error split profile, but disk is merge issue. Childish line. Source tunnel. Huh. If you need support, post the output of a merge. Huh. Interesting. It's gonna wait for that. Apparently, it's waiting for data. Hmm. Maybe doing something wrong. Probably not. No, we're good. We're good. Microcode says firmware. Likes the word update process could greatly extend the amount of time necessary to install parts of this. System set the less specific world set for your package system will require. Selecting default Linux AMD32 will likely require fewer packages updated, whereas selecting default Linux 32 desktop system will require more packages to install since Provo has a larger system D and profiles than dependency supporting GNOME desktop environment. Updating the system's world set option will be unlikely to perform functional characters, performing target. Obsolete, merge, ask, pretend, clean, if happy, proceed. System does not apply to the users of muso libc. Users who do not know what that means should perform the next step. Suppose the time zone choice. Russell. LS talk L user share zone info. Here we go. Beautiful. Okay, so root Africa. Let's do the target path with .-l at the start relevant the link location, not the current directory. ln tag sf. Zone tab, UTC, universal, we get what? Jamaica, Japan. Let's do Canada. Hmm. Hmm. Looks like that worked. Maps of path can be used for system link, but rail link is also created by 6 time CTL and is more compatible with them. Nano. The following locals are example to both get English and USC. Okay. I'm not writing all that out. Oh, I have to. en.us ISO tag 8859 tag 1. Okay. Many applications require at least one UTF-8 location to build properly. Next step is to run local gen command. This command generates all the local specific. Oh. Ooh. I'm dumb. Okay. You've ever read this local? Okay. You Rust, but Rust is based. Do you need to practice some typing? No. Spelling, sure, but typing, I mean, speed and typing doesn't mean anything. If that's what you're referring to, I don't care about like the speed part. Manually can be accomplished through system D. For system D, the local file. Setting the local will avoid warnings and errors during the kernel. Software compilers later in installation. Now reload environment. env update. Yes, you do. This is painful to watch. I mean, no one's forcing you to watch, buddy. Again, speed does not bother me. There's probably tons of shit that you're slow at and you don't care. Me guys, me type fast. Amazing. Me type fast. Wow, guys. Real skill, you know what I mean? It's like it's such like a stupid thing to point out or even care about. You're right. Also, what? I'm just pointing out that like there's probably shit that you're slow at and it's irrelevant. Like compared to like other people. I mean, like typing has never been something that typing and speed never cared about it. Just like anything else, it's all about if you want to improve that. I think improvement comes from a want. I do not care about being quick and efficient with typing. It's never been a priority and nor an interest, to be completely honest. I'm also talking, reading, and reading on like two different monitors, so my ADHD is not that good. Some people, amazing typers, and can do both. I cannot. Ooh, curly brackets. PS1. I think that's the mistake I made. I did not install SE Linux. I believe I made that mistake. No, system B, harden stage 3. Harden SE Linux stage 3. Yeah, I think that was the mistake. Even before typing, the primary way to interact with a computer. Sure. Regenerating is okay. I don't think it was installed. So I gotta clear out. I gotta exit ls. Yeah, made an oopsie. Wonder if I can go back. Profile. Let me go back. It was Is this your first time installing Gentoo? Yeah. Okay, ch. Damn it, I gotta go back. Root. Depending on what your pans are, but generally, you do not want a pure x64 environment. Depending on what your pans are, but generally, you don't want to. You don't want a pure x64 environment. Think I made a oopsies here. Sudo select I should probably then do GNU. So, oh yeah, 23. Which is 26. Let's see if it'll work now. Emerge sync. Oh. Wonder if it'll work. This me generating. Okay. Straight might have to redo it. The G is silent, by the way. I didn't know that. Oh, it's enter. NRE. The G in that command is the G is silent. That's crazy. Accepting license. Okay. Okay, so I'm in a root and reverting cache. For additional guidance through the selection process, look. Okay. Oh, the G in GNOME. In GNOME. Yeah, you're right. On many system systems. Non-FOSS firmware is required to certain hardware function. This is kernel. Emerge ask. Okay. Ask sys kernel. Buddy, have you ever using Linux before? Yeah. I've been using Linux for a long time. Just because you use Linux doesn't mean you know the ins and out of it. I use Linux because of free and open source software. And sorry, GNU/Linux. Yeah, I use Linux because I've been using Linux for a long time because of free and open source software. That is it. You do not have to know the ins and out of Linux in order to use it. I think that's silly. One of the following mass packages is required to complete your request. Sys Linux kernel. For more information. Used. Yeah. These are the packages that would be merged in order. All e-builds that could be satisfied 6.0 confirmer have been masked. One of the following masked packages is required to complete your request. A copy of Linux reachability license is located around. Okay. Sound Open Firmware is a new open source audio driver. Firmware files are typically loaded and stored in the command. This means the firmware. Interesting. Kernel used to config extra firmware, and the kernel model set to the Y instead of the M. In most cases, building in module which requires firmware completely. SOF or Sound Open Firmware is a new open source audio driver meant to replace proprietary smart sound technology. Audio driver from Intel, Tension, Apple Lake, Atom, and CPUs are require this firmware for certain features, and certain AMD EPUs support this. Okay. Approved, but Gentoo is kind of one of those distros where you build your own. Yeah, of course. This is just because I wanted to. In addition to discrete graphics hardware and the network interface, CPUs also can work for updates, typically kind of firmware for referred to as microcode, newer versions, syskernel, so called internal kernel. Install kernel may be used to automate the kernel installation interference generation, images generation on a bootloader, syskernel implementations to pass. Achievement of this is the traditional install kernel engine from Debian System D's kernel install, which is choose the dependence among other things. The bootloader by default. System D's kernel install is used to open system controls, while the traditional install kernel is default of the bootloader. Now it's time to think about which bootloader users want to use for the system. Unsure, follow the traditional layout section below. Grub. Use grub could be either System D's kernel install. This seems a little above your understanding. Have I ever used Dutch? I mean, I can read, buddy. And if just because something's above your understanding doesn't mean you can't do it. That doesn't like being like, this is above your understanding. Here, have you tried Arch? Like that's kind of dumb. That's what like documentation's technically for. And if I don't understand something, I can just do I can just do like any other approach. I can just, oh, I don't know what this is. Open new link, read, and move on. Like, what does this do? How does this work? I mean, that's how you fundamentally learn. Saying something you don't understand something, and then being like, have you ever used Arch? Is kind of retarded. Like, do you know how a car works? Do you drive it? Not saying that, but baby steps help. Based on what? This literally documents the entire process. Like, how else would you learn something? Like installing Arch Linux and being like, don't do, like, that'd be like saying don't do LFS. Even though like the documentation is like very well written, you can sidestep like, hey, I don't understand how this fundamentally works. open link, internet's right here. I'm not like doing this from scratch. To be fair, you're installing GNOME for a desktop environment. What is, I don't get your point on that one. Install kernel is a collection of scripts to automatically install new kernels and update and bootloader configuration. I don't get the, to be fair, you're installing GNOME for a desktop environment. I don't understand that. Like, what do you mean by that? Emerge as system, as his call, system boost, system, okay, grub. Users of grub can use either systemd's kernel install or the traditional Debian install kernel. The systemd uses flag switches between these implementations to automatically run grub, make configs when installing the kernel, enable the grub use flag, add exporters, install kernel. Oh, oops. Sys. Because docs exist doesn't mean you understand GNOME is a newbie desktop. What do you mean by a newbie desktop environment? That's because docs exist doesn't. Again, if you follow documentation, you don't need to understand it. Like if something tells me to take A and B apart, and I take A, B, and apart, and I don't understand A and B, I still took it apart. I still accomplished it. Again, it's a retarded tape. It's a retarded thought process. There are probably tons, if not millions, of things that you have looked at, and you're like, I don't understand how this works, but I'm going to follow the documentation, especially if it's well written, and I'm going to follow it, and then I'm going to do it. This is something that you maybe don't understand because you have a problem understanding that. And saying GNOME is a newbie desktop environment is retarded. It's just a desktop environment. That's all it is. It's not a newbie desktop environment. It's just an environment. Like if you want to have, if you have brain damage and you have the skill issue, that is not a me thing. That is a you thing. And it sounds like you are projecting. Install kernel may be used to automate the kernel installation in frames. Okay, use of grub can use either systemd's kernel install, system kernel install kernel grub, and I can take apart an engine doesn't mean I can put it back together. If you can take apart an engine, you can't put it back together, you are retarded. You took it apart. You reversed the order. Like I don't that was like the dumbest thing I've ever read. I can take apart an engine doesn't mean I know how to put it back together. That is the dumbest thing you could possibly say. By the way, you already failed at this install. That's okay. I'm okay with failure. Even if I failed at the install and I redo it, it doesn't mean anything. There's this crazy thing. So this is what you call a virtual machine. A virtual machine allows me to do something, redo it again, and fail. Again, this sounds like you're projecting and retarded. Like I've never. This is always funny. I always interact with like some very dumb people, and it's like they always like to project their ability to others. This is why it's kind of funny and very weird. And if you can point where I failed at the install, that'd be great. Because you just saying it, really, I don't think you really understand engines either. All right, if you took something apart and you can't put it back together, that is crazy. You literally took it apart. You take a piece. I mean, I don't know how to explain it any simpler than that. I've taken apart tons of parts. I mean, I took auto shop all through high school, and guess what we had to do? We had to pull out a manual and look at the engine and be like, let's take this apart and then put it back together. It's right in front of you. Like, again, that is a very stupid take. Like, if you look at it, again, taking things apart are easy, putting them back together. No, it's not. like this is like you taking, okay, if I take a part, like if I take a key off my keyboard and its intention is to be taken off and put back on, I just I don't know how to explain it any simpler than that. It's actually it's actually crazy. And again, if you can point out where I failed the install instead of just, you know, being a keyboard warrior, that'd be great. Like, I don't like even understand like that framing. Like, I could take apart an engine, but I can't. I doesn't mean I know how to put it back together. Like, what? You just document you taking it apart and putting it back together. This is just like anything else. What are the primary parts of a motor then? That's irrelevant. I'm pointing out a flaw that you have. It doesn't matter if we take this with an engine or a computer. If I take apart a computer and I can put it definitely back together. The engine is not the relevant part. The part is saying you yourself said right up here, because maybe you got the skill issue and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The only thing you said, to be fair, you're like, GNOME is a GNU desktop. Based on what? I can take apart an engine, doesn't mean I can put it back together. That's stupid. That's my point. If you can take something apart and you have the documentation, you should be able to put it together. And if you can't, that's crazy, because you literally just took it apart. I've done brakes before where never done it before. Done drums, never touched them before. Got a car that had drum brakes. Looked at it. I'm like, wow, I've never done this before. Computers are like Legos, though. You can't really put a computer together wrong. Well, no. I'm just taking your logic and pointing it out. It doesn't matter. Just because you can take something apart doesn't mean I can put it back together. It's stupid. It's a stupid point. It means you have a skill issue. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with having a skill issue. If you can't admit that you don't know how to put it back together, that's fine. That's a you thing. But it is a stupid statement. Just saying. And again, if you want to link in the chat where I made the mistake, just saying, like, you said it, and explain why GNOME is a quote unquote newbie desktop environment. I'd love to hear your thoughts, because it's kind of dumb. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the install system boot, formerly as grub boot. Kernel. And computers aren't Legos, by the way. Just throwing it out there. They're separate. They don't just snap in together. Either you haven't built with Legos, and you can put a computer together wrong. Like, if I take my CPU and put it upside down and spread thermal paste on it, is it still going to work? Based on your thought process, probably not. When using system boot, formerly as gummy boot, as the bootloader, systemd's kernel install must be used. Therefore, ensure the systemd and the system boot use flags are enabled. Okay. Emerge. Let's see. Which ones are the ones choose depends, among other things, on system bootloaders. By default, the system kernel install is used on systemd profiles, when the traditional install kernel is the default other profiles. How the fuck do you install a CPU upside down? You just said you can't. It's just like Legos. You can't fuck it up. You can. Just throwing that out there. Just saying. Computers are like Legos, though. You can't really put it to a computer back together. You know what I mean? But if I have the product in front of me and I literally take it apart in front of me, I ought to be able to put it back together. Just saying. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter how you write it out. If you have good document, if you document, oh, how did I do this? Like again, if I made a mistake here and you haven't pointed it out yet, which is crazy. You said I already fucked up the install, which is kind of, it's you making the claim. I've never installed Gentoo, so I don't know. I'll sit there and be like, oh, I made this mistake. I'll go into my notes, I'll document it, and I'll be like, all right, do not do that again. Oh, this was the mistake. Oh, this is the issue. That's how you learn. I'm baffled by the idea of installing a CPU upside down. There's no logic in that. You said it yourself. Computers are like Legos. You can't make a mistake. You can. The pins fit in the hole. I'm just saying, you saying it's like Legos, that it fits like Legos, meaning people can't make the mistake. They can make the mistake. Just like you said, engines, just because I take it apart doesn't mean I can put it back together. I'm just using your logic for you. You're literally the one who said just because what are the main components of a CPU and a computer? You know what I mean? Like, you literally said it right here. I can take apart an engine, doesn't mean I can put it back together. And I said that was retarded, which it is. So GNOME is for you, like, to a point and kick which works for you, since you can't time. You can't time. All right, that doesn't make sense. I'm baffled by the idea of installing a CPU upside down. There's no logic in that. Have you ever been on like a literally like any Reddit forum where people have made mistakes building their PC? It's fine. My point is, you said if I can take something apart, doesn't mean I can put it back together. So you being shocked by the mechanical things are very different. No, it's not. You can have a very simplistic. I'm taking your baseline underlying logic, and you're just shifting, which you are shifting. You're just like, mechanical things are different. You can have a very technically a two gears is mechanical. What's Reddit? All right, you're just retarded. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with being retarded. Bootloader. Okay. Syskernel. Users of grub can either use system kernels install or the traditional definitely install kernel, the systemd flag, which flag switches between these implementations to automatically run grub micro mkconfig when installing the kernel. Enable grub use flag. Okay. Let's go sudo. Let's go nano. etc portage package use install kernel. Oh, okay. Automatically run grub when installing kernel. Enable the grub use flag. Flags my meta package use flag. Interesting. Use flag. Okay. Interesting. I mean, am I really though? I'm not the one trying to install Gentoo and GNOME, and are you a student or something? You spelled the word thought. I want you to What does being a student have to do with anything? Again, you can go through life and be retarded. It's fine. No one's saying that. No one says you can't. I mean, you're the one that can take something apart like an engine and can't put it back together. Like I said, man, not everyone has skill issues. It's fine. It's okay. No one's gonna hurt you. I'm pretty sure you should. I mean, I talk shit about my spelling. Mine's pretty bad. But if you're gonna ask if you're retarded or not, and you spelled the word thought versus though, just think about that one. I don't want to be that guy though. Sorry though, I'm a little drunk. Ah, yeah. You know, that's like the people are like, sorry, I'm drunk is like something I expect of someone that does suffer from brain damage. Sorry guys, I'm drunk. Engines are hard. It doesn't matter about the complexity of it. That's all it is. I'm using just a baseline understanding. You say you cannot put, and actually there's very simple two-stroke engines. What do you mean? You can have small scale, very simplistic two-stroke engines that are not complicated. Typing is hard when you're drunk. Hey man, it's okay. Like I said, skill issue. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying those two-stroke engines that are very simple machines, very uncomplicated, that you can take apart, understand it with barely any documentation, and put it back together. Engines, computers, it's fine, dude. It's you have a hard time understanding this, and that's fine. It's okay, man. It sounds like a you issue, and if you have these problems, I recommend go read some documentation on how a small, very simple engine works. Yes, there are serious measurements that you need or it's all fucked up. What? Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, that's okay. Wow, that's like I don't know, like what's dumber. I don't know what's dumber, like genuinely. I don't know what's dumber. The way you think or like what you type and then you're like, yeah, let me type this and then like send it. Like what does measurements have to do with any of this? Reread that because you fuck that. You said that yes. You said yes. There are serious measurements that you need, or it's all fucked. I don't need to reread it. You're retarded. What does measurements have to do with what does measurements have to do with any of this? It's very stupid thinking. It's fine. I understood it and I read it perfectly clear. When using system boot, formerly gummy boot, as the bootloader, the system D's kernel install must be used. Therefore, sure the system D and the system D boot use flags are enabled. Syskernel install and then install the relevant patches for system boot. Onboard C systems on system D's. Ooh, okay. That's what it is. Sudo. What are piston rings? I have no idea, man. I honestly don't. Explain it to me. What explain to me what piston rings are. I don't even know what that is. I'm talking about simply taking something apart and putting it back together. Don't need measurements for that, by the way. If I take apart a broom handle from a broom and I put it back on, that document, you know what I mean? Didn't need no measurements. But if you could explain piston rings to me, that'd be great, you know? Okay. Sudo. Okay, don't need sudo, actually. Nano. Let's go cd etc Shortage. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, guys, he doesn't know what piston. Name 5 books. That's what you sound like. You actually sound. It's like I'm losing brain cells. Guys, name 5 books. I think you need to touch grass, buddy. Working directly, okay. Interesting. My system D. System apps. System boot. Must be used, so therefore ensure system B and system boot. Use flags are enabled on system curl install, and then install the relevant. Let's see if I can do it this way. Sys apps. No. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's why. Sys apps. It's not there though. Interesting. Oh, maybe I have to make the. No, I shouldn't have to make it. Your arrogance is baffling. Good luck to you. No, you're the one that's asking me what. You asked me what piston rings. I don't know, man. I just can't get it. Like, I want you to explain in depth what a piston ring is to me. If you can't, and if you didn't, if you can't explain why desktop, the GNOME desktop is quote unquote beginner, I would love for you to explain it to me. That's all I wanted, man. And drop your GitHub. Have fun talking to yourself. Just drop your GitHub too. Before you go, drop your GitHub. I want to see all your development work, and I want to see a really good write-up of how piston rings work. I just need to know. But you can't take it apart. You shouldn't know. But you can take it apart. You should know. No, you didn't. You didn't explain piston rings. And I kind of read what you talked about, like GNOME desktop. It didn't even make sense. You should probably take an English class and a grammar class. No offense. Just throwing that out there. But we don't use GitHub. I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Master developer over here. What's going on, Lex? 667. I wonder if I make the file. Interesting. Use of grub can either use systemd's kernel, install the additional Debian install kernel. Oh, I'm just chilling, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I just wanted I was waiting for Suda to drop their infinite knowledge on piston rings and GitHub, their GitHub, but they don't use it. Forgot. Super expert. UFA-based computer systems technically do not need a secondary bootloaders in order to boot kernels. Secondary bootloaders exist to extend the functionality of UFA firmware during the boot process. That being said, used secondary bootloader is typically easier and more robust because it offers more flexibility approach for quicker modifying the kernel parameters at boot time. Note also that UFI implementation strongly differs between vendors and between models. I host my own Git. Sorry, buddy. Oh, okay, yeah, you can, if you host your own Git, yeah, just drop us to the repo, man. It's okay. Drop the URL. There's no shame if you don't have it. If it's local. I'm just waiting for it. I didn't know I was in the present. I'm not an expert on engine. I'm a software developer, so I don't know why you're hung on pistons. You're the one that brought it up. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. You're the one. You're like, what are piston rings? You're asking me. I don't know, man. It sounds like you do. And I didn't know you were a software developer. That's crazy. You don't have GitHub? That's insane. I'm glad you host your own Git. Just drop the software you developed on with your signature, man. I'm just curious. It was an analogy. It was a very stupid analogy because using an analogy and then not explaining it, kind of crazy. Look, it's cool. Drop some of your software projects you worked on. I'm waiting. I didn't know I was in the presence of greatness. Because software development is definitely the same thing. Computers technically do not need this package except keyword install kernel. Okay. If I stop. I wonder if I make that file. Let me do this. Hmm. The Oh man, he left. He probably had to get back to his man. I'm hurt. Maybe he's gonna go figure out what pistons are. Okay. Ooh, oopsie. Damn it. Sys and D util. I work for a private company. There's no Git for their software, but my personal Git is obviously just my personal shit, which has no web interface like GitHub. Okay, man. Sure. Whatever you want to tell me, brother. It's okay. You're a quote unquote software developer. Look, anyone can say they're a software developer. It's fine. Kernel install. Yes, 15 years, buddy. Sure, whatever, man. Whatever makes you sleep at night. That's okay. Weren't you supposed to leave by now? Okay. Sys Sys apps, system D utils, boot kernel, install system. Okay. Maybe this will work. Ooh. Yes, bye. I wanted to help you, but you're such a douchebag. Have fun talking to yourself. I mean, you've already said it. You've already said this, man. Didn't ask for your help. Didn't want your help. Didn't need it. And this is your second time saying goodbye. Don't be lying to me. Don't want to look like a liar, do you? Especially online. Emerge. People like act like it is kind of funny when people think like this is kind of funny. This is like people think like this is like gonna be like this is my career, and I'm like guys, please help me. Like nobody asked. Who asked you to help me? Help yourself. And I don't really care about talking to myself. That's literally the point. That's literally the point of the internet. Like I'm literally talking into a mic. I'm for all I know, like 60% of the internet could be bots. Would you be kind of funny? Yes. Oh, no. Sys apps, system D, sys. Okay. I wonder if that'll work. If it doesn't, what is the CFS control files? It's why are you still here, man? You said goodbye. IOMMU. Don't know, don't care. CFS is something with control like flow something. It's caching, which is a process that stores data for quick access. Common file system. There, I answered it. Yeah, but I'm not pretending like I know these things, and you're still here, which is weird. I think you need to touch grass, buddy. I don't pretend like I know these things. That's the difference. You're pretending. You're just throwing out words that you could just be like internet searching and then copy pasting. Again, you're projecting and it's a little strange. I suggest therapy. Or maybe get off the internet. Interesting. Okay. I want to make an input output joke, but I'll refrain from it. Wow. Okay. So that looked like it failed. What The CPS schedules things based on things, real time and niceness. Okay. Again, I don't care. Knowing that it is not relevant to me, but again, you know nothing. Yeah, I don't claim to, and I don't care. Me knowing what CFS is irrelevant. I don't have to know what sudo does or is to know how to use it. Which there was a lot of times when I first installed Linux and got onto Linux and used Linux, there was a lot of tools I didn't understand their core functionality. I just used them because I read documentation, something that you seem like you have a skill issue with. And again, you're still here, which is really weird. And it just looks like you're projecting more, man, to be honest. Yep. I still don't know what sudo is, don't know what it does. Never. I just don't know, man. For more information about blocked packages, please refer to the following section of Gentoo Linux Handbook. Architecture is irrelevant. Systemd, interesting. Yeah, I don't know what sudo is, man. Why are you still here? I think it's a little weird. You said bye twice. You wouldn't like be at you wouldn't leave somebody's house, say bye, stay, continue to talk, and then say goodbye again. Kind of cringe. Not gonna lie, buddy. But again, you say you're a software developer. Dude, sudo, CFS, don't know, don't care. You're right, yeah. I know I am. Sysapp systemd utils gentoo ebuild schedule for merge pulled by sysapp systemd utils system utils virtual lines installed use systemd ab6. Interesting. Okay. Direct. For more information about block packages. There we go. Much easier. Everyone deserves a timeout. You know what I mean? It's more funny. Okay. Syscurl install EFS tab, root emerges additional layout. Okay. The kernel command line to use new kernels should be specified. Example. Interesting. Maybe what I should do is redo this from the start. And I will get it. I'll get it eventually. I think this is like level 5 brain moment. I think I know where I fucked up on the install part, but I'll definitely get it done. I'd probably have to start at like an earlier time. So that, and maybe read some other people's issues that they've ran into, possibly the better option to install it in this kind of like environment. Useful. You're working with Gentoo ebuilds repository, kind of like spend maybe like another like 30 to 40 minutes on how it works and see where I think I know where I made my mistake going back. I believe I made my mistake either with some flags something else. Which is fine. Once I can choose the medium, configure the network, I know where to skip to, and I know where to in order to make it work. That would be maybe like the optimal way to do it. Anyways, guys, I'm going to figure it out, and I'll see you in the next one.